Next up on the industry stage.
All right. So if you want to hear something about the latest trend in sensory methodology in education and science, then please come to the industry stage now, as this short presentation will take you through the fundamental distinctions of good copying data and inspired by sensory methodology. And actually, we did a sensory descriptive analysis of the competition coffees that will be revealed later today. So you can actually see the flavor profile of the competition coffees later in this presentation. So this presentation is actually, it should last, I think, closer to 3 hours than 30 minutes. So some of the slides might be a bit quickly explained, and if you so there's no, just a second. The PowerPoint is not working. Just a second. The screen is black. All right. Hopefully that will be fixed. Ja, der skulle være signal, ikke? Nå, okay, så det var faktisk min computer. All right. So, as I said, this presentation is going to be a bit quick. So if you want some deeper explanations of the different slides and the principles, you can go to this QR and then follow our podcast, where I'm going even deeper into sensory methodology. I'll share the QR code also in the end of the presentation. So the title of this is actually a bit daring in a sense. Calling things bullshit seems like a kind of vulgar language, but actually it isn't. It's a epistemological concept in the line of pseudoscience, and I'll explain you that later. And the more you kind of get into good and bad data, good and bad knowledge, good and bad methodology, the more you can see there's a lot of plain out bullshit being the most used methods that people are guided in, particularly in roasting and sensory evaluation. And the background for me talking about this is that for approximately 20 years now, I've been working with roasting and sensory analysis in education, consultancy and science. And I've had Ida for 10 years. She's a sensory scientist, and we worked for 10 years kind of really getting deep into methodology. And we've been teaching more than 2,000 individuals in small groups of 6 to 8 and done a lot of research. We've got 15 scientific papers, and we've also consulted a lot around the world. So that was a bit about us. Now I have a slide with a simple question. Which of these roads would you choose going from A to B if you want to have least effort and lowest risk? So could I have, raise your hand if you think that you would choose A? Raise your hand if you would choose B. So my point is, in education, it's extremely important that we take the responsibility of taking people on the green path rather than the red path. And science, the whole point of science is to simplify things to go the red track. So we have a long tradition of taking people into the bushes. And the interesting thing here is, why is that? It's not because it benefits the people that you send into the bush. Somebody else benefits. And that's the scary part, that we actually are surrounded by NGOs that seems to have some organizational greed put into them that would send up these roads. And I can just be completely honest with you, and you can argue later, but the whole Q-grader methodology is definitely B. It's just my opinion. It's not just my opinion or something I say to be annoying or provocative. Can be grounded in sensory methodology and theory of science. And the new CVA system is also, it's just another road into the bushes. It's still not from A to B. And and I think because you are so vulnerable, right? You just tasted the most amazing cup of coffee in your life, and you know nothing, and you want to make it your living, right? That's a very vulnerable situation. You can't afford detours, right? Because you will run out of money before you get to B. So it's a very vulnerable situation where trust is so important. And there's actually a really interesting sociologist called Anthony Giddens in a book called Modernity and Self-Identity, who talks about ontological security. And it's a sense of continuity and order in events, including those not directly within one's perceptual field. And modern life depends on trusting systems we do not understand. When you get into your car, you trust that it doesn't explode. When you get into the plane, you trust that it actually will take you safe. So there's a lot of things that we trust. And this trust is so fundamental to modern life. And this is why I think the educational systems has a particular responsibility for not failing that trust for people who want to enter our business. So you can see here, he talks about expert systems that are actually black boxes. You know, you've heard about the concept of a black box, right? A black box is something where something comes in. You get into your car, you turn your key, and you get to B. The car is the black box. You didn't build it. You can't even fix it. Some of you might. I can't. So there are black boxes. We are surrounding ourselves with black boxes. Right now, this microphone is a black box for me. When my screen blanked out, I didn't know what was wrong. I had to call an expert, right? And I trusted this person and made it work. I didn't know how, but it worked. So we are surrounding ourselves with black boxes. And I've tried to make a taxonomy of black boxes for this presentation. So this is the first time that's presented. So there are different types of black boxes. There's black boxes where the mechanisms inside is known, right? If you open the black box, it has to be simple. In engineering, a system consists of units, and if you open a unit, it's simple. A car battery, for example. It sits in a system. I can actually change the car battery because somebody took responsibility to make a standard, so it could be done. So it's a unit that has a simple function. So when you open a black box, there cannot be magic inside, because then we can't really understand it. So you can see here, the known black boxes, that's just the mechanisms are understood, and it can be opened with education. So that's the type of boxes that we should create in our education system. And you can see examples such as Newton's laws or the ideal gas law or other really well-established things. This can be taught, or how to solve an equation. It looks like magic, but once you kind of invest your time, you understand all the steps, and then it's not magic anymore. Then it's just, everybody can do this. And that's actually the principle behind the imposter syndrome. If you take an education and graduate a master's, you think, I'm nothing special. Anybody could do that. But somebody who didn't, they think it's a bit of magic what you're doing. But these are known black boxes. Then are the not yet known, which is mechanism unresolved black boxes. But we expect it to be fixed with future research. It could be portable nuclear reactors, for example. We don't know how to do it, but we think it might be possible. Also, how to get to Mars. We don't know how to do it, but it might be possible. Could also be curing cancer. Why not? We know a lot about genetics and cellular. So this is things that could be solved. And then there are the can't be known. And these are limited by principles. So that's, for example, the whole quantum world. Why an electron can both be a particle and a wave. We'll just never really get a simple picture that will explain this. So that's the can't be known, right? Then there are the known but hidden. So if anybody has kids, it wasn't me, right? They are just lying. And it's also if I was a magician and I had a hat and I showed you an empty hat and I turned it again and I pulled out a rabbit, then you would be entertained. But you would know that the rabbit didn't come out of nowhere, right? You were tricked, and of course the magician know exactly. It's a handcraft. So you can see here, it's the known but hidden. That's lying. So lying is interesting because it's actually less bad than the last category, which is called bullshit. Because in bullshit, you're not lying, because you just talk yourself into something that you believe, and then you just say it enough so that you actually start to believe it yourself, even if you don't really understand what's going on. Good example is the 2004 SCA cupping form, also the new cupping form, the relevance of organic acids in coffees, the use of rate of rise to optimize the flavor of roast, and also development time ratio. Nobody knows what it is, but it's a black box that is making millions. It is different black boxes that is making a lot of money. And the trick is, in bullshit, people, they just try to avoid the idea of truth. So they just don't want to talk about it. So I don't know if you know Seinfeld. When Seinfeld is in a situation where he has to lie and he don't know how to do it. And of course he talks to George. And the final advice George says when he goes out the door is, Jerry, just remember, it's not a lie if you believe it. So that's a perfect, if you just keep on doing it. And the trick is you can't really falsify it. You can't really, you cannot prove that it's wrong because it wasn't really right anyway in the beginning. So it's the avoidance of talking about what the fundamental is. And it's also another person who talked about bullshit, also called it unclarifiable unclarity. So you can keep the development time ratio, you can keep doing experiment and doing things, but you never really understand what you're doing, so you never get anywhere. So that's the perfect kind of path of the red, right? You're just lost in the bushes. It's not that you're not moving, you're just not getting to be. Or if you're getting to be, it's by coincidence or by spending a lot of time. So what does it look like? What does it look like to not bullshit? What does it look like to actually have something that you build your claims on? And here I'm going all the way back to a philosopher called Immanuel Kant, who made some really fundamental distinctions that sound a bit deep, but it's actually pretty simple. He said, you can have analytical truths and you can have empirical truths. So he called it analytical propositions and synthetic propositions. So look at this. So you can see the thing to the left is an analytical proposition. 2 plus 2 is 4 because we can kind of make up our own minds. Where the empiric synthetic proposition is true only if we have some data that actually is about the proposition. So you can see here, we can actually say, is it true or false? Well, these two are true. And we can also think of a situation where they are false. So the whole point is here that when you collect data, you have something called a methodology that is an analytical proposition. That is when somebody has been thinking deeply about how things works and has developed a methodology. And then you can go and collect data using that methodology. So analytical propositions is every time you have a kind of science. So a kind of science has a method. So sociology or psychology or physics or chemistry, it's all different methods because they're dealing with different objects. But it's people who have been thinking deeply about how do we create good data with sociology? How do we create good data with psychology? How do we create good data about methodology? That is something, that's a mind thing. And then once you want to kind of test how the world works, then you start to collect data. And this is very important because you can see here, I'm then coupling that with something called the Toulmin argumentation model. The Toulmin argumentation model is something that was developed in the 50s as a response to the very philosophical, logical ways of where this is a more practical argumentation. So every time you have a conclusion or you have a claim, you want to send the claim to a conclusion through, it's called warrant and evidence. So it's basically using the right data, right methodology, and creating right data. So for example, when I see a scientific article on some chemistry and I see that the SCA copying form is used, I can just immediately, completely kind of disregard the points because the method is wrong, and then it can never kind of go to a conclusion. So if you see that a wrong method is used, then you just don't even have to consider anything about the conclusion because they've been thinking it wrong from the beginning. Another example is the obsession with organic acids in coffee, where it's not actually, from a warrant perspective, it's not far-fetched. There are different organic acids, so it could be that we are sensitive to the organic acids in the concentrations that we found in coffee. It's not far-fetched, but we are the only ones who have ever created real data about it 25 years after it was invented and has been sold on websites. Some people who gained from that idea, but they never created data. So that's bullshit because they don't have the evidence in place. And if you ask them, they just ask all our Q graders around the world who's been using this. Well, that's the wrong method. You can't prove things just because you've been fooling people for years. That's not a proof that you are right. So this argumentation model is great to really kind of, if somebody claims something is, okay, what methodology have they used and what data is there to back it up? So this is a really good, and this is how people are taught about argumentation at schools and universities. So I have this idea of vertical knowledge where you actually have some warrant and evidence in what you're claiming, right? So every time a good conclusion is robust against whys. When somebody says something, they should, and you say, organic acids are relevant to train and test, then why? Every time there's a why, you should kind of get method and data as an answer. If you don't, and they kind of just want to kind of get personal and get out of the room when you ask, then it's bullshit because they don't want to go deep, right? So I try to distinguish between vertical and horizontal learning. Horizontal learning is not spending time with warrants and evidence. And there's a reverse incentive sometimes where people kind of, because people in these days, we need attention, attention, attention. So people really don't have time to go vertical. They just need to have the next YouTube video out next day. So there's no time for this. So we are in a time where bullshit is a good business model. And just to kind of show you that I'm not putting out new bullshit here, I've actually made this historical line all the way back to Plato, that the bullshit thinkers, starting from 1986 with Frankfurter, they are embedded into the theory of science methodology discussion. So I'm not just, it's not my idea, I'm just the messenger, right? I just found this and found it relevant in the coffee business. So basically, yeah. All right, so I promised to talk about the SCA copying form and the new CVA system. And you can see it's sold as scientifically rigorous, and it's scientific. It's the first thing that they market it as. So I was really excited that they wanted to go back to century science to build a new form that aligns with century science. Amazing idea. That's a great claim. It's a great claim. So let's look into the warrant and evidence. And there is not a lot. So just for you who doesn't know century science, it's pretty quick and easy to explain. In century science, you don't talk about quality. There's no quality concept as such. You have 3 different questions that needs to be asked and answered in a sequence. Every time somebody says something, for example, development time radio or rate of rise optimization or organic acids in coffee, it's just, okay, let's make some samples that proves that we can even taste the difference. So people, they would love to talk about, and then I did this to the airflow, and then all of a sudden it was much brighter. It's just, no, wait. We need to go back. Can you even taste the difference between doing it or not? Probably not. But it's a much better story. It's a much better YouTube video to just talk about the difference as if it was there. So you can see no warrant, no evidence, and therefore it's bullshit, right? And then you can describe the difference if it's there, and then later you can start to see who likes what. So that's really interesting. And basically what we've done this year for the best Nordics best roaster, we've actually made a descriptive sensory analysis. We did that at CABRA on this Friday, where we actually did a descriptive analysis. So in a descriptive analysis, you only measure intensities, not preferences, only intensities. How acidic was it? How bitter was it? How ferment was it? And so on. Bergamot and all the other features we found. And then later we can ask who likes what. So when I get the points that the judges scored the coffee, I will consider that a consumer group, and then using the intensity data, we can see what descriptors was valued and not valued in that consumer group. That happens to be the judges that tasted them and came up with the numbers, right? So we are just using sensory science in the correct way it was meant in the beginning. So when you do sensory science, and if you do science in general, you always use the simplest possible concept with the fewest possible assumptions. And by doing so, I actually forgot. I wanted to explain what a descriptive analysis is. For example, if you have 3 samples, you could just taste them and have your opinion, right? But if we wanted to test if you could even taste the difference, or if you are systematic, we could serve them in triplicates, right? And then we could randomize them, so you've got no idea what you're tasting. And then we could ask you to score these descriptors, these coffees on certain descriptors, and then we can start seeing if you have any systematic differences, and that's the data I'll show you in a minute. But in order for something to be scientific, because the new CVA system actually does this, it distinguishes between descriptive and affective, as they call it, which is great. That's a huge step forward. But they do that by overcomplicating it. So you can see here, and by overcomplicating it, you're missing out on what is actually science. And I know there's a whole podcast episode only about the evidence hierarchy. I think you should see the podcast to understand this. But in a way, the evidence hierarchy is a research method model that kind of shows the pros and cons of every type of research design. So you can see expert experience, observation, and opinions. That's actually valuable because that funnels questions into the research community. And it's pretty cheap. It's just to ask an expert. And then the next thing is we can try to collect more data and then make case reports, white papers, or thorough blog posts, right? And then you can start to do the really heavy statistical analysis, where you're doing statistical analysis on existing data. That's called cross-sectional studies and case control studies. And then, but there's something very important on this level, which is that you're using proper statistics. And in order to use proper statistics, you need to have replication and randomization. Because if you don't have an internal data quality assessment in your data set. And if you don't, you cannot make any conclusions. So by overcomplicating the CVA piece of paper, there's no time to make replicates, right? You can't fill 3 pieces of paper out per cup to check if you are filling it out the same every time you get it without knowing it. It has to be simple. So just the overcomplication of the CVA disqualifies it as scientific because it makes it impossible to make replicates, and thereby checking if the data quality, if people are even able to replicate themselves in the same session with the same samples. So you can see here, the SCA, CVA is at best kind of notes with numbers, or number notes. It's not scientific. So now I want to show you the final data, and I just want to tell you that at the university, it's very rigorous and takes 2 weeks, but we have worked with this for 10 years, and we've developed our own software, so we can actually do it. And we did it at the CABRA this Friday. It took 30 minutes to make descriptor development, and then calibration, and an hour for the data collection, and then it was done. And just to give you an idea, every replicate with the old forms looks like, every time you need to score a cup, it looks like this. And in our software, it looks like that because we have just copied what they do at university. We haven't come up with anything. We just do it like they do at university and done it in our own software. You can see it's pretty easy to score triplicates or score a lot of cups if you have a really simple models where there's no way you don't even, and this, can you see how this is unclarifiable on clarity? It's bullshit because nobody knows what it is. But it's complicated, and they name drop scientific concepts without actually using them. And you can see the effective is even worse here. If we're doing effective, this is each cup, the effective form is like that. Where in science, an effective form is just, you can see it, the column here is one sample, and here, that sample is just a scale from 1 to 9. That's what you can ask consumers about. So science is simple, and bullshit is overcomplicated. All right, so actually, now I will show you the data from Nordic Best Roaster, and it's not revealed yet who is who. So bear in mind the data that I show you now is not bullshit, because I've done exactly what people have done at the universities the last 50 years. And these data are collected in triplicate and blinded and randomized. So to the extent that people could actually systematically taste the difference between the cups, the data will reveal. And if they couldn't, we will see that because there's an internal assessment of the data quality. So the first picture here just gives us a sense of the samples are the blue dots, and the red dots are the descriptors scored by the panel on the intensity scale. If things are in the 0, 0 of the coordinate system, then then there is no systematic difference. But if samples and descriptors are close to each other, they correlate. So quickly here we can see A and D is the most acidic, and it seemed like B was dominated by tropical fruit or passion fruit. So this is a quick way to glance if there are any tendencies in the data set. And it seems like there are tendencies, right? Then we can, so this is just an overall, this is not really a data quality assessment, it's not just kind of a tendency way of looking at it, a visual correlation analysis. The next plot is a radar chart, but the most important thing here is that we can see these are the different, you can see here, these are the different samples, and we don't know yet who is who, but we'll find out later tonight, and then we'll send out all this information. And then you can see here when it says NS, 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 it means that the panel was not convincingly able to tell the difference between those samples for that descriptor. So you can see here, the differences we see here is just noise. It's not a real difference. But for bitterness, we could see, so when this value is lower than 5%, then it is result beyond chance, right? So we trust that there's a difference. So we can see here that 5 of the 9 descriptors was significant, which is interesting. And then we can dig even deeper, because now we can see here for acidic, we can see that there was one sample that had its own significance category. You can see here these letters are allocated, assessing whether these samples are actually different or not. So you can see here, C was clearly the most acidic, so that's going to be interesting to see, to couple the preference scoring up against. So how did the panel like acidity or not? Was this also the most preferred cup or not? And then we can see for bergamot that all of these were not significantly different, but sample E stood out. So what if this is the winner? Then we would know next year, you would think, okay, if it's the same judges, I better find a floral coffee, right? But can you see, this is because you as competitors, you have the same problems as a coffee roaster has towards their customers. You don't know their preferences. So it's a bit of a gamble, sending things into a competition or giving somebody to a customer you don't know because you don't know what they like. So this is the way to find out. You make some samples and make a descriptive analysis, and then you can start to understand what descriptors is driving the liking or the disliking. So it's going to be really interesting to get the competition data. Black currant wasn't significant. You can see there's a tendency, but it's not clear. Here, ferment, it seems like this is also, there's a tendency here, but you can see the variation was so big that the statistic doesn't dare to give this a B rather than A. So this is a way to really understand. Can you see here for organic acids, it could be interesting to have this. Also for drum speed, airflow, all the things that people are spending a lot of time on, but actually we don't know if it shifts. And if it shifts, we don't know how it shifts. And better is actually a later question. First, we need to describe the differences. So you can see here, this is a presentation that will be shared through the newsletter from Nordic Roaster Forum, so you will get this later. So I just wanted to show you. And in the data, there's a lot of interesting data about individuals and panel calibration and so on, but that's outside the scope of this presentation. So basically, I just wanted to show you a bit about methodology and what a good data set looks like, because this is how data set looks like when they are submitted for scientific articles. Any questions or comments? Otherwise, I think I will naturally be kicked off the stage anyway. Microphone. Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, Mikkel just asked me what SCA says about this article, or this critical approach. And last year I did a presentation at World of Coffee in Geneva. And I've started hire my own rooms close to, because I'm not taken for the presentations, which is fair probably for different reasons. But actually, that's recorded, so you can go to COFFEEMIND's YouTube page and see that dialogue, because that's interesting, because Peter Giuliani, the research director of SCA, actually showed up. And then you can see how he's not really trying to get into warrants and evidence. And I found out that when he talks about he talks about a publication done by Jean Xavier in 2012 that they built on, that I didn't read at that point. But actually now I've read it, and it doesn't support the SCA. So it is not supported by sensory science. All right. So thank you for listening, and please go to the podcast if you want to have a bit deeper explanations about the whole thing.
Next up on the industry stage, MIKKEL SELMER from CABRA.
Hello, I'm MIKKEL SELMER. I'm Director of Architecture and Partner at CABRA. And today I want to talk about curiosity. How it led me into coffee, how it created CABRA, and how it eventually shaped how we design our spaces. We didn't start off with a business plan, on expansion strategy, on expected return on investment. We started off with curiosity. Back in 2011, I was studying architecture in Aarhus, and I just came second in a local coffee competition. Around that same time, I was introduced to Esben, who's the founder of CABRA. He was working in his stepdad's cafe and wanted to do more with the coffee. I offered to do a masterclass based on my modest achievement in this local coffee competition, but we couldn't find a scale at that cafe, so we didn't brew much coffee that day, but it ended up marking the beginning of a friendship. Esben wanted a cafe that had a more focus on coffee, and I was immediately drawn in, not only by the sensoric aspect, but also by his entrepreneurial energy. And what I later realized is that entrepreneurship satisfied the same urge in me as architecture. It's simply not what you create, but the act of creating. So soon after, Esben took the leap and opened his own cafe, and I joined as a barista. In the beginning, it was super small. We were buying coffees from Bonanza and Drop. I still remember the excitement of new coffees arriving, and opening those boxes felt like receiving gifts week after week. But curiosity pushed us further. So long before it made financial sense, we bought an old 12-kilo probat and starting roasting ourselves, and that became my responsibility. After finishing my bachelor degree, I wanted to travel, so I decided to visit coffee producing origin. I went simply to see, to learn, and to understand. And soon after, and again, long before it made financial sense, we decided sourcing directly. We were driven by curiosity and the desire to decide for ourselves. At this point, we were more certain about our approach to coffee. So we didn't talk much about electron values or particle distribution or Maillard reactions. We focused on the experience in front of us, gathering around the cupping table and letting the senses lead. And we learned that clarity rarely comes from adding more, it comes from removing what stands in the way. When we expanded in Aarhus, first with a bakery and later with a second cafe, we carried out that same principle into architecture. The search for clarity, not complexity, for attention, not decoration. Because architecture and design are not decoration. The vessel you hold in your hand, the chair you sit in, and the balance of light across the table, these are not background details. They're active ingredients in how flavor is perceived. Light shouldn't just illuminate, it should create layers. Material shouldn't follow trend, they should endure. Layout shouldn't dictate behavior, it should invite for exploration. And when it works, architecture becomes an invisible layer of hospitality. It frames attention, creates calm, and invites presence. So instead of thinking of design as decoration, we think of design as preparation. 7 years after I started architecture, I finished my master, and I had to make a decision. Follow the expected path into architecture practice, like most of my classmates, or stay in coffee. It wasn't an easy decision, but in the end I chose coffee, not without hesitation, because I thought it meant turning my back on architecture. But as it often happens, things have a way of resolving themselves. Because a project came along that marked a turning point, both for me and for CABRA. A former customer wanted to open a cafe with us. And from that moment, our direction became clearer. La CABRA would open multiple stores around the world with local partners. And for me, architecture returned not as a separate career, but as the core of my work within La CABRA. And today we're 4 architects working full time with 8 new projects opening within the next 12 months. East Village was our first project abroad. It was our prelude to New York. For years, New York had been a source of inspiration, its density, its pace, and its imperfections. And bringing La CABRA to one of our favorite cities in the world had been a long-held ambition. And East Village became our starting point, the place where we anchored our involvement in the New York coffee and bakery scene. I wanted to express our Danish heritage in the design, so we brought elements of home with us, Wiener chairs, PH lamp and Danish ceramics. And at the time it felt natural, but looking back it was probably a bit naive. Those objects carried a very different meaning in a different context. And that's when I understood something essential. Design is a language, and languages needs to be translated in order to be understood. In many ways, East Village reflects my first experience of New York. It's dense, it's always busy, and it's far from perfect. Translations begins with listening. We listen to the people, to the city, and to the experience on our travels. Before drawings and before materials, there's conversation. In New York, we learned about intensity, how density and speed shapes both the flow and the atmosphere. And in Bangkok, we learned about contrasts, how to find light within the shadows. And in Oman, we learned about generosity, not as decoration, but as function. And back in Copenhagen, we translate those impressions, giving form to what we absorbed abroad. We use rhythm to create calm, layers to spark curiosity, and light and acoustic to shape attention. Each emotion and mood becomes something physical, a rhythm, a proportion, a texture. But more importantly, it becomes atmosphere. After East Village, we designed Soho. East Village had been an introduction, so Soho had to be a clear articulation of our design language. Located in a national heritage building, it demanded great precision. And with the lesson from East Village and from our cafes in Denmark at the time, we set out to create a more focused and transparent concept. We wanted the space to become a clearer interpretation of our coffee philosophy, curious and transparent. But when you remove distractions, what remains must be precise. We achieved this through a freestanding island bar, omakase-style seating, and a more attentive service experience. With great difficulties, it became our most distilled version of La CABRA at the time. But the refinement wasn't only spatial. For the first time, we collaborated with external lighting specialists. For the first time, acoustic became a design parameter from the start. And for the first time, we designed bespoke furniture specifically for a location. And for the first time, we understood something clearly. Atmosphere is not accidental, it's constructed. Light, acoustic, and temperature, they're the invisible framework of experience. When they fail, nothing else works, because in hospitality, comfort is the precondition for presence. Lighting is central. Thoughtfully designed light shapes the space and then sets the atmosphere. We work with light in layers, natural light wherever possible, general light for orientation, and focused light for intimacy. But darkness matters just as much. Contrast gives clarity, and shadows gives calm. We tune every element, lux, lumen, CRI, beam angle, honeycomb. It's technical, but when we get it right, the eye rests. And good light doesn't illuminate, it allows things to glow on their own. A cafe is noisy by nature, so we design for clarity, not silent. The room should carry conversation, not echo it. We tune ceiling, walls, floors, even furniture like instruments, shaping their sound until they feel balanced and alive. Air and temperature are less visible, but they speak just as clearly. We cannot relax if air moves wrong. Ventilation should be steady, silent, and without drafts. A flickering candle or fluttering napkin is a small sign of a large problem. And all these systems, light, sound, air, operate like an invisible hospitality team. When they align, only the experience remains. After Soho, we designed a roastery and cafe in Bushwick. Bushwick was a rough industrial shell, uneven walls, unpredictable tolerances. So we built from what we learned from Soho, how difficult it was to build abroad, to communicate details over Zoom, to set atmosphere over FaceTime, and to sense flow through Teams. We did something new. We created a design that wasn't depending on the site itself. Wall panels never touch the walls, lighting that hangs rather than beds, and furniture built off-site and simply placed. The rule was simple. Nothing touches two planes. Separation gave us precision without pretending the shelf was perfect. Functionality was a strong design driver as always. We needed a safe passage for goods in and out of the roastery, so we turned that route into a retail spine, a back bar that doubles as a display and provides additional seats for guests working on their laptops. It's functional, but it also adds rhythm to the guest's journey. Practicality didn't compromise aesthetics, it shaped it. For us, Bushwick is a dialogue between function and atmosphere, between practical and poetic, a place where production and hospitality intertwines. Material honesty is one of our core foundations. We reduce the palette, limit the number of finishes, and give each material a clear voice. The fewer material we use, the stronger their dialogue becomes. We choose authentic materials, wood, stone, steel, surfaces that record time rather than resist it. A cafe is a living place, not a showroom. A table that darkens with use, a floor polished by footsteps, a brass handles that remember every hand. These are not flaws, but evidence of life. Imitations, on the other hand, promise zero maintenance, but deliver zero memory. Material honesty also means accepting limitation. Real wood scratches, real wood stain, and yes, the first scratch always hurts. But when I walk into one of our cafes and the material feels honest and alive, that's when I'm proud of living in or working in a company that values longevity as much as the bottom line. Our last stop on this New York case study is the Lantern House set to open later this year. It's different, the landlord said when he saw the design. He loves our Soho cafe for the warm oak interior, but our cafes shouldn't look the same. They should feel the same. My work is anchored in the Nordic traditions of time and place. I was educated in that language, the Nordic light, functionality, and honesty. And when I travel, my surrounding changes. I'm inspired by the craft, the local material, and vernacular architecture. But I still have to translate those impressions to my own language. And that's why the architecture may feel different, or may look different, yet feel the same. And you can see this throughout history of architecture too. When Utzon built in Sydney, when Aalto worked in Boston, or when Fehn exhibited in Venice, the surrounding changes, but the sensibility didn't. The light was different, the materials were different, but the calm remained. It's an architecture guided by empathy, by attention to atmosphere, human scale, and a dialogue between detail and material. Our Lantern House location sits just below the High Line, a former elevated train track turned public park. You can still see the tracks when you stand there. And we followed the tracks quite literally. I made the first sketches for this project on a Danish icy free train, and you can find references throughout the process, in the curves, in the furniture, and even in the textile designed by Nano Digital for that same train. The site came with some constraints, a high flood wall, low ceiling, and heavy ductwork. But instead of hiding them, we integrated them. The wall now carries the furniture, creating intimacy and adding a room within a room. The low ceiling forced us to add rhythm and light into a room that else could have felt compressed. And pipes and ductwork became part of the composition, echoing the direction of the High Line above. In 2001, we opened East Village, and later this year we'll open Lantern House. Each Village was our prelude to New York. Soho became a refinement. Bushwick is warm and open. Lantern House is darker and more layered. It isn't a continuation of Bushwick, it's a counterpoint. But the search remained the same. How to translate a sensory philosophy into built form. How to let light, sound, and material influence flavor. And how to let architecture speak quiet enough for people to listen. Hospitality is not only what you serve, lives in the light, the material, and the air between the tables. When it works, the body settles, the mind slows, and maybe even the coffee tastes a little better. Thank you.
Next up on the industry stage, Carlos Escobar from Differente.
Excuse me, sorry. Hello, everybody. Can anyone hear me? Oh, this is a little bit loud. Hello, hello. Okay. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Carlos Escobar, and as you can hear by my accent, I'm Colombian. And not only for being Colombian I'm here, it's just that I have an important message I want to share with you all. And it's just the importance or sharing the message of maybe start transferring value to origin. And that is a sentence I hear a lot in Europe and in different countries around the world about transferring value to origin. But what is transferring value to origin? So today I want to talk about roasting at origin. Not only seeing origin countries as producers, but transformation seen at origin countries. So let's talk about redefining freshness, value, and connection. So normally we have the traditional coffee map. So we all know coffee is grown in the global south, but most of its value it's always in the north. So how does it work traditionally? Literally, it's the farming, then exporting, importing, roasters, and retail. And we all know and we all see that value travels in the same way with coffee. So we start with very little value at the farm, and then the value starts increasing up as it goes to retail. And there's nothing wrong with that. And before we keep going, I want to make something super clear. This chat and this topic is not a critique, is not an attack. There is no someone is right, someone is wrong. This is an invitation to start the discussion and to start talking about maybe there are other ways to start seeing our industry. So all I wanted to show in this map is how the value travels as well. Now, what is fresh coffee? So fresh coffee is usually defined by days after roasting. So I don't know, I have done this talk, this chat in different countries around the world, and it's always funny that every country has a different definition or expectation of what fresh coffee is. So this is my very first time in Sweden. Thank you very much. I'm loving this city. But I want to know, for you guys here in Gothenburg or in Sweden, what is fresh coffee? What is fresh coffee to you guys? Okay, German. Yep, before it gets cold, okay. But let's talk about like, cool. Like you go to the shop and you see a coffee, and what would tell you it is fresh or not so fresh as a roasted product? And what is a good line? What is fresh? Anyone? Few weeks. Cool. 1, 2. Cool. Anyone else? What is fresh coffee? Same? Cool. So look, in other regions of the world, in Australia, for example, everyone is obsessed, and we have an industry obsession with freshly roasted coffee. And in Australia, there is like a perception that 7 to 15 days is the right thing. 15 days after roasting, that's good. That's what they believe in that market. In here, it's a few weeks, okay? There are other markets that believe is 4 weeks, and so on. And so this is like the hidden timeline of how it works, right? So first we harvest the coffee, we all know that. Then we process it, we dry it, we store it, we ship it to the other side of the world, we storage the coffee here, then we roast and we brew. And there's nothing wrong with that, and this is what specialty coffee created. Specialty coffee as an industry built this structure. And there's no wrong with that. So this was a big step forward. But, my invite today is to start redefining this, because this structure is seeing coffee as a manufactured product. And maybe I'm biased, I'm Colombian, I'm a coffee farmer myself, and so I'm sorry to see it that way, but coffee is not a manufactured coffee only. Coffee is an agricultural product. So when we see coffee as an agricultural product, I always have an analogy. And I want to ask you this. Let's think, I don't know, carrots, tomatoes. I don't know, what do you guys do here in Sweden? What's the main? Potatoes. A potato. Okay. So let's say potatoes. So you guys produce potatoes. I'm pretty sure they're pretty good. And let's say you buy a potato in the supermarket. Then you keep it on your fridge for 12 months. Great, the potato is still there. Then you cook it last night. And you just eat it today and you say, it's a fresh potato. Would you say it's a fresh potato? It's a freshly cooked potato. But the potato is still 12 months. It's a 12 months old potato, right? By any reason, in coffee, we forgot mentioning that. In coffee, we only talk about this freshly cooked potato. But it's a 12 months old potato, but no one is asking about that or talking about that. So again, if coffee would be only a manufactured product, then that would be right. But coffee is not only a manufactured product. Coffee is an agricultural product. So freshness starts at harvesting. That's where coffee is fresh. Now, again, this is not an attack. This is just an invite to start redefining the meaning of freshness. So, normally, depending where you guys are at in the world, coffee can take from 4 to 5 months up to 12 months into getting to warehouses and so on in different countries. Now, the invite here is, let's start rethinking freshness. So as I said, freshness starts it at harvest. So, on saying that, I'm gonna say something, and please, no names here, I'm not pointing fingers. I saw something super interesting in this visit in Sweden. It's the first time I've seen in a coffee bag, on the label, it says harvest date. That was super cool. Like, it's the first time I've seen that. First of all, kudos and well done to Swedish roasters to have so much transparency, which is amazing. But again, not a critique. Please, 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 please. This is just, like just an observation. So, the same time, I mean, it was my first time seeing harvest date on a coffee bag, and that was amazing. But then, I want you to guess, so you don't see that is a bad thing, what was the harvest date on that bag? And that was yesterday. That was on this trip, just so you know. Any guess? 2 years. Exactly right. So it says harvest date, January 2024. Hey, amazing to have such a transparent approach. Well done, amazing. But then on saying that, I'm like, okay, so clearly the consumer is perfectly fine with that. The consumer is buying that, sees on the label that is harvested on 2024, but then right after it says roast date. And it says a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and people are buying that. So clearly, in Europe or in other areas of the world, the main aspect, what really matters, is date after roasting. Again, this is an invite, this is not an attack or a critique, but this is an invite to start redefining the meaning of freshness. So, my invite is to start maybe imagining an industry of roasting closer to the farm. And what that would mean? Shorter time to roast, better storage control, and most importantly, faster feedback. Faster feedback to whom? Who do you think needs feedback after roasting? The farmer, not only the roaster, right? The roaster is like a restaurant. You like it or you don't. You don't like it, don't come back. You don't like our roast approach? There's like 100 roasters. You go to one venue or stand, you don't like it, good luck with the other 99. It's as easy as that. However, the real importance of feedback is to the farmers. Now, specialty coffee built the current structure, perfectly fine, amazing, but feedback in this way, it takes seasons. When I talk about seasons, talk about harvest times in coffee. So, I show you the map how it used to work. So, harvest, dry, storage, shipping, export, yada, yada, right? So, hear me out on this. By that moment, the roaster in Europe receives the coffee, roasted, brew it, the consumer gets it, gets feedback to the roaster analyzes it, and gives feedback to the farmer could apply that next year, next season. And then it's like, maybe I forgot what you told me, right? Like, what was that? Yeah, that was not so good. Why is that? And stuff like that. So it's to see changes, it will take very long time. Now, if we start exploring the option of roasting closer to the farm, feedback can be on the same season. So you finish processing, you roast, you cap, you can even cap with the farmer and say, let's make some changes. And we still have time to do it on that year. And to me, that has a massive impact and possibility into the method. So, again, what is the traditional mode? Farming, export, import, roasting, and consumer. Now, invite, question mark, is maybe we can farm, we can have roasters at origin country, and that could be shared with the world and have global consumers. That, as you can see, is a much shorter line and chain of feedback and information. Now, what would this enable, or what would be the possibility with this? Well, value retention at origin, like most of the coffee professionals at origin, I'm saying we because I include myself there and I don't say it full of pride, to be honest with you. We always dream with going to Sweden, to being in Sweden talking about coffee, roasting coffee at origin. That's kind of a dream for us. And that's perfectly fine. However, in order to keep knowledge and feedback at origin, we have to make it interesting. We have to start transferring value to origin. So some of the coffee professionals see value not only in these markets, but in origin markets. So if we start roasting closer to the farm, we're going to have more people staying there. We're going to have more knowledge transferring there. And there's another thing I want to talk here, and is the storytelling. The storytelling, funnily enough, also travels with the value of coffee. So this is not a critique. We always see in the traditional model of buying coffee, you go, visit the farmer, have a chat, have an interview. What's the name of your kid? What do you do? How many kids you have? Cool. Take a photo. Please grab that tree. Get your hands a little bit dirty so the photo looks cooler. And then we tell the story. Okay? No. Don't you dare to tell your own story. We tell your story. So my question is, what if we start transferring value and giving maybe roasters from origin or producers to tell their own stories? That will be a cultural representation. And with that will come faster innovation for what I just explained. So again, I am not saying this is easy. Clearly, trust me, I fully understand how difficult it is to roast at origin, to have all the logistical barriers and the problems with technology, with everything. There's not much value and knowledge at origin yet, but clearly that's why I really want to start talking about that. Like, if we start changing that, perhaps in some years, it's not going to be only a crazy guy with an orange brand talking about roasting at origin. Maybe out of 100 vendors that we have here, 10 will be from origin countries. 15 will be from origin countries. Right now, there's only 2 from origin countries, and they were invited to something called the Global Roaster Showcase, which is amazing. But how cool it would be that that's not needed in order to see a Global Roaster Showcase in the whole thing, right? So, again, what is direct trade today? 1, 2 visits, emails, contracts, and samples. By all means, this is great. This is what specialty coffee created. Before this, there was no such a thing. But all I'm saying is, hey, it's 2026. Maybe, is it time to start rethinking this model? 20 years ago, this was absolutely cool. This was amazing. But, hey, in 2026, is that real proximity? I'm going to leave it open. So, what is living at origin? Well, now is not 1 to 2 visits per year, it's not emailing, it's daily chats, is staying in the farm while roasting, capping, transferring all the value at the time of the visit, and is joint experimentation. So for those who enjoy experimental coffees, or not so experimental coffees as well, you can see from roasters from origin a lot of change through the year, because you can start seeing what your consumers like and start adapting that with farmers. So again, talking about the real importance of feedback, normally is farming, processing, roasting, capping, feedback, then next harvest. So when you leave or roast at origin, you stop doing the whole feedback loop starts changing from months or years to weeks. And again, changing that from seasons to, on the same harvesting period, have the possibility to make changes. This could have clearly an impact on quality, We can have more experimental lots, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, who knows? But if that can create value to a producer, if you ask me, that's the whole purpose of a roster in the market, not from origin, not from consuming countries. Every roster at the market should always aim to have more value to producers. And most importantly, we can start building that trust between the farmer and the roster. That right now, I'm going to be honest with you, it's a little bit broken. Clearly, because there's one guy getting the 10% of the value and the other part is getting 80, 90%. So of course there's a trust issue. So if we start closing that gap of communication, maybe that barrier of trust would also work. So here, the invite is, there could be a new coffee professional from origin. We can be producers. Right now we are producers, but hey, what if we could be also roasters, competitors, educators, and entrepreneurs? Why there's always been origin countries, only the first over there, and consuming countries where we all live and enjoy coffee is all the other part. It's an invite to start maybe seeing origin professionals a little bit more here too. So, hey, this is just a cultural shift. Origin is not only production, origin can become and is becoming creation of value, and this is only a question for the industry. What would coffee look like if more values stay closer to the farm? I want to leave it open, and by all means, this is not a replacement. I am not saying coffee should not be roasted here. Absolutely not. This is just an invite to start seeing the industry from a different perspective. It's 2026, and maybe it's time to see an evolution. So, with better cups, better relationships, and most importantly, better distribution of value. And that's pretty much the message I wanted to convey with you guys today. If you have any questions, I would love to keep the discussion, because again, this was not an attack or a critique. This is just literally opening the forum to start having this discussion. There's so many things roasters from origin can learn from you guys, consumers, roasters, and professionals in consuming countries, but perhaps there's so many other things you all can also get to know or find out or learn from origin professionals, and not only green coffee. So thank you very much. My name is Carlos Escobar. I'm the founder of a roaster from origin called Differente Coffee. I'm super grateful to be here, and thanks to the organizers for the invite. We are at the Global Roaster Showcase, the orange brand over there. So if you want to try some roasted coffee at origin, you can go there, and we can keep the conversation there. Thank you very much. Cool.
Next up on the industry stage, DAKOTA GRAFF from ONYX Coffee Lab.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm DAKOTA GRAFF. I am the director of coffee for ONYX Coffee Lab, which is, we're super honored to be as part of the Global Roasters Showcase. And today I wanted to talk about a phenomenon I've noticed over the past few years, which is a lot of times we're serving coffees to consumers or to roasters, and when we serve coffees, we'll give them a cup of coffee and they'll say, "I love it, but I wouldn't drink it every day." And that sentence is very fascinating because inherently, if you find something of high quality but not wanting to consume it on a regular basis, there's some separation there between the idea of what you enjoy and what your routine is. So I'm talking about purposeful novelty in specialty coffee because I've identified that quality and novelty both serve different purposes. And roasters can miss opportunities if we're just marketing coffees as quality and ignoring novelty. So this is my thesis, and this is the problem we all create as roasters and even coffee producers and baristas. We, in specialty coffee, often make a bunch of very different signals and collapse them into one word, which is quality. A coffee can score very well, and it's quality. It can be rare, and that is also quality. It can have a very intense or unusual process. We also can attribute that to quality. And the problem is once everything gets flattened into one category, we lose the ability to understand what consumers are actually responding to. So we end up marketing coffees as opposed to directly to consumers. We market coffees to each other in the coffee industry. It happens all the time. And we coffee professionals are very good at marketing coffees to the industry. But at times I observe that we lose out when we're not telling the whole story. So there are a few truths that I'm going to explore in my talk, and I want to explore the relationship between quality and novelty and how we as roasters and baristas and coffee producers can cultivate purposeful novelty in specialty coffee. And these are a few things that we all intuitively know as coffee professionals or coffee enjoyers. Coffee can be technically exceptional and not fit into someone's daily routine. And a coffee can be wildly exciting, memorable, even conversation-worthy, and still not be something that we want to drink every morning. So when we call all of that quality, we make it harder to design better offerings for people who want to drink our coffees. It makes it harder to market them, and honestly, it's harder to measure success in a useful way on both sides. So I've gathered some data today to talk about this relationship, and I hope to interpret this data and draw some conclusions. So that's the problem I want to talk about today. It's not whether quality matters. I obviously think it does. But it's more about whether we're asking the word quality to do too many jobs and how purposeful novelty can look like in the future of expanding specialty coffee. So I hosted a public cupping recently, and on the table I put 7 coffees, and I asked consumers to ask 2 questions. How would you rate this coffee's overall quality? And how often would you drink it? And I use how often would you drink it as like an index, and I called it drinkability, and I kind of explained this concept. And we evaluated them blind, and with the higher intensity coffees dispersed near the end of the table, and then the washed at the outset. What surprised me was not that the people loved the washed Ethiopia, because they totally did. What surprised me was how clearly the room perceived excellence from "I would drink this every day." So the washed Nicaragua was one of the more interesting coffees, because it wasn't voted the best coffee on the table, but it was voted one of the most drinkable coffees on the table. And the co-ferments, people were super fascinated, but they obviously under-index in terms of how often would I enjoy this or average drinkability. So this is obviously anecdotal, but you can see all the coffees in terms of if we're looking at it and drinkability and scale going one way, the Ethiopia washed rated the highest. Although, in terms of quality, everything averaged out to be around 3, even the co-fermented coffees. So across 7 coffees, we chose to highlight 4 archetypes of processing and 7 striations of quality, everything scoring an 85 points or above. And coffee was one of the Coffee 1 was one of the most fairly traditional washed coffees. And the Kenya wash was rated to be of higher quality than the first coffee, but somehow less drinkable. So it was a very interesting correlation. So once we passed out of the wash category, the Uganda Natural was rated the highest overall quality in this section, but then, again, lower on the everyday enjoyment scale. And then once we pass into the anaerobic naturals and the co-ferments, we see all 3 with an overall average marker of 3.75 out of 5, which is well below the average drinkability rate of 3.18. So what, if anything, should we draw from these findings? Should we abandon our program of sourcing these anaerobic naturals and co-ferments to chase 85-point wash coffees? Probably not. But I think that there's more to learn here based on the questions. So my key takeaways from this small anecdotal data set is hopefully it's supporting my theory that novel and exciting coffees may succeed as experiences, but fail as routines. So simply basing our findings on only 7 coffees and 1 public cupping is not proof that novelty plays a huge role in consumer sentiment. But I do take this as a signal for the original question that I've explored. So we have another project as ONYX Coffee Lab. We roast a box set of 24 different coffees, and it's an Advent box. So every holiday, we roast 24 coffees, and we send them out to consumers. We send thousands of these boxes out all over the world. And this year, we did a customer poll at the end of it. And I loved all of this data because we got a great sample set. We got 1,200 responses on this, so across a bunch of different coffees. So we have coffees from, let's see, I think it was 10 countries, 6 processing methods, and 20 varieties of Cafe Arabica. And given the context of the project, I wanted to see what consumers' overall sentiment was across the diverse lineup of coffees. So we sent a survey out. We received over 1,000 responses, and the questionnaire was super simple. We asked consumers to select and rank their top 3 coffees from the set of 24. And so to survey this data, I started with what process consumers most preferred to drink. And the data was not so surprising. When asked to rank their top 3 coffees, wash selections garnered over, as we could see, 1,000 picks, which makes sense because it was 12 out of 24. So the share of all the picks was 44%, which makes sense. It's most of the box. It ends up being most of the sentiment. So at face value, this is exactly what I expected. And to be honest, this is exactly how I think about consumer preference when it comes to drinking coffees. However, there is, okay, sorry. Now it's important to note that when I say over-index and then under-index, I'm just comparing like how coffees show up in people's favorites against how the lineup averages in representatives. So think of it as like shelf space versus customer votes. So in the Advent lineup, washed coffees make up over half or just at half. So if processing didn't matter, you would expect the wash to earn half of all the top 3 selections, right? But wash actually earned about 44.5%, so just under 50%, even though it's represented at 50%. So the actual standouts were honeys. Okay, sorry. And in this context, wash and naturals, yeah, make up the backbone. But the top selections, unsurprisingly, the coffee that garnered the most picks for the favorite coffee in the lineup was the Hacienda Esmeralda Gesha. Everybody who knows of this farm and of 2025 knows that they won BOP and have ranked extremely high across basically any metric. But as we double click into the top 5, we begin to see that the rankings are like spiky. They're not like smooth. And we had a couple breakout hits and then a big middle and then a tail. So unsurprisingly, as I said, the Gesha washed was the top pick. But the second one was the most surprising to me because it's a coffee I almost didn't include in the box. This is a holiday box, and we've never included a co-ferment coffee in this because it's fairly a traditional approach to this lineup. But it took the number 2 spot. It is a fruit-inoculated washed coffee from Jairo Arcila in Colombia. And this signals something to me. Memorable coffees can shape the perspective of consumers when they review overall quality, and that can begin to distort the idea of quality and novelty when we're rating it just across a flat plane. So as we review the data, we don't have a gentle gradient. Like, we have a couple breakout hits, and then a middle, and then a tail. So the top 2 coffees garnered almost 19% of all the picks across washed and co-ferments. So the top 5 total garnered nearly 35% of the picks, showing a minority of coffees carrying the majority of the favorites. This signals something to me, which is novelty and prestige have a very strong pull when it comes to favoritism for consumers. So in total volume, washed and naturals dominate because they dominate the lineup. But the process that punch above their weights in terms of favorites have been honeys and co-ferments. So that lines up perfectly with our findings during the first public tasting, right? We're asking the question, like, how often would you drink this? What's the overall quality? And there's one last key data set that we have ignored as we look at this survey, which is price per pound of green. So one thing to note is, since this is a box set, it's a flat price for the entire set. So consumers aren't aware of the cost of each coffee. So we operate in a vacuum. However, as a green buyer, I operate the costs of all these coffees, so I have access to all this data. And it's interesting to see, as we look at green cost versus ranking, it indexes pretty smoothly. So there's a correlation in terms of cost and ranking. So in plain terms, expensive coffees are more likely to produce breakout hits. If we have a rational market in terms of rewarding quality for price, then it would make sense that the highest qualities would be the highest price. However, that wasn't actually the entire case. So the best examples of this make it very obvious, like the Hacienda Esmeralda are both the most expensive and the most picked. And this is where prestige aligns with high ranking. It's very, very rational. But another coffee, which is the second most expensive within the lineup, sits near the bottom of the favorites. So price alone obviously doesn't reflect favoriteness. And meanwhile, the Jairo Arcila, the co-ferment that was number 2, dramatically overperforms when we look at relative to cost compared to the rest, showing that how novelty and flavor can impact and even beat out overall price in the market. So the clean takeaway when we look at cost versus quality is this: cost can buy you the potential for a standout moment, but favoriteness isn't always a direct function of the cost of the coffee. And processing style and context still decide what people actually choose in their top selections. So this is just a correlation on green cost, and then you can see that as we look at it across the total ranking, there is no correlation. So, like in the first public tasting, we've learned something simple. People can tell me that a coffee is excellent and not want it as a routine. The Advent survey shows the other half of that story. Favorites aren't evenly spread. They're breakout hits, and the rest kind of tail behind. That spike is what novelty and prestige look like when they're doing their job. They're creating attention and grabbing memory. And when we break it down by processing, we can see that certain processes reliably overperform in terms of favoritism. So quality builds trust and repeatability, as we know. However, novelty builds excitement and hopefully conversation. So we as roasters or consumers, we miss opportunities when we expect novel and exciting coffees to behave like daily drivers instead of designing, positioning, and measuring them intentionally as what they are. So I said before that, like, I find that we as coffee professionals are very good at marketing coffees to the industry itself. But at times I observe that we lose out when we're not telling the whole story. So I find this relationship between quality and novelty to be crucial for the future success of specialty coffee. So think back to the first coffee that's like totally inspired you to get into specialty coffee. It was probably a natural. A lot of people prefer those when they're first drinking coffee. It might have been a washed, but it probably had a very punchy acidity. It had a dynamic sweetness. But either way, it was memorable. And I often wonder if we were to all look back on those experiences with the experience we have now, whether or not those coffees would live up to our expectations. So I would hope that would be the case, but if not, I think that's okay, because that's a lot of the times that's the point. Someone understood the complex relationship between quality and novelty, and they've chosen and curated coffees that were processed that way to get you to the point where you're excited about something and you're interested. And that kind of, for some of us, have totally started a career, and some of us, it has fostered a huge appreciation for specialty coffee. So how can we adapt to think bigger and provide key experiences like we've all had in the coffee industry to a new generation of coffee enthusiasts? I would argue that we need to foster the idea of novelty and cultivate experiences that represent both quality and novelty, so we can capture minds and keep people engaged through the highly drinkable coffees. So for me, I start by separating the concept of quality into some more diverse categories, of which I have 3, and at times they obviously overlap. But the first is excellence. This one's fairly clear. It builds credibility, confirms our craft, and I would hope it would build trust along the supply chain. So these are our standout coffees, and these are the ones that stand up to both questions: do I like this, and would I drink this every day? This is like the washed Ethiopian, that first public tasting. That is an excellent coffee. It performs well across both functions. And the second one is routine fit, like my concept of what I call drinkability. So this is directly tied to repeatability, where habits are formed and trust is continually fostered through repeated experiences. This is the coffee that you have every day in your cafe. That's like from the first public tasting, that's the Nicaragua washed coffee. Those are the things that foster high repeatability. And the third is excitement. That's novelty. This captures attention, rides high through memory, and sparks conversation, and obviously for some of us, a career. So the data that we've reviewed today, for me, makes it pretty clear that a coffee lineup doesn't have to perform like a single ladder to the top, like of only quality and low quality. Our lineups behave just like a portfolio. Intuitively, we understand this, but for us as roasters, we get a couple breakout hits, and certain styles, like honeys or even more novel processing, can disproportionately show up as favorites throughout the year. So how do we do that? We plan for purpose on purpose. So we build a backbone of staples that earn trust and habit as a roaster. And then we use bridges. So we build approachable and interesting coffees to move people from familiar to curious. And then we reserve our major, headline exciting coffees for novelty and prestige coffees like the Esmeralda and the lychee co-ferment. So one of the clearest levers of this whole data set that we haven't really talked about is processing. So this isn't a mandate to start buying naturals or inoculated lots if that doesn't fit within your overall sourcing philosophy. But it is a reminder that processing does reliably shape how consumers respond to flavors and coffees. So the opportunity isn't to chase trends necessarily, it's to decide intentionally when do you release something that's processing forward and how do you market it. Whether it's meant to be a bridge or a headline, and then match the channel, quantity, and expectations for that role. So even when I was selecting coffees for this show, I selected 3 coffees. They all have served different functions, and I kind of explain those coffees and their functions as we taste them together. And this is the simplest way to keep yourself honest, to build a lightweight consumer test throughout the year. So basically, you ask 2 questions. How good is it, and how often would you drink it? Which is honestly rare questions that roasters actually ask consumers. A lot of the time, it's expert to perceived non-expert. It's this is quality, so you should drink it. And as opposed to having a 2-way street of saying, this is quality, question, and how often would you drink it? Because those conversations and those answers will sharpen buying and messaging faster than trying to force every single coffee into a single qualitative score. And this is going to aid you in two things. It will create reliable customer sentiment that you can measure against your own philosophy of sourcing and roasting and brewing. And that'll help you ultimately develop your own style and unique approach. Yesterday, Alec was talking about roasters and their approach to curating coffees and developing a style as opposed to just chasing trends and doing the thing that you think is right as opposed to what you want and what you intuitively understand. So why does this matter? I think over the next 5 years, this matters because specialty coffee is going to be forced to get more intentional. We've all seen this over the last few years, but cost is going to stay volatile, I believe. Consumers will have more options than ever. There's coffee roasters opening all over, and attention is, especially in this age, harder to garner and way easier to lose. So in that environment, we as roasters or we as baristas or whatever coffee professional, we can't afford to treat coffee like it's competing on a single ladder that we just call quality, because consumers aren't expecting this in any way. They're making choices based on different needs in different moments. It's routine, and sometimes they want excitement, and they want something memorable, shareable, or just something loud. So that's why this matters. Quality and novelty serve different purposes. And as I said in the beginning, I believe that roasters miss opportunities when novelty isn't treated intentionally. So if we build up lineups like portfolios with backbone coffees that build trust and habit, and then bridges that invite curiosity without alienating your customers, and then headline coffees that build excitement, we're not just going to sell coffee. We're going to build, hopefully, a more resilient relationship with the consumer. And this resilience is the name of the game for the next 5 years. It's not chasing trends. It's curating amazing coffees from the top to the bottom. So hopefully this uses messaging and success metrics that match the job of each coffee and what it's meant to do. So as roasters and baristas, you can stay relevant, hopefully sustainable, and curate worth paying attention to coffees as the category gets noisier and more expensive every year. So that's the idea. Thanks for coming to my talk. If you want to taste some of our coffees, we have them over there at the booth. And thank you.
Next up on the industry stage, LUIZA PELLICER from MIO.
Let me see if this is working. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Good day. Thank you for being here. Today I'm going to be talking to you about this very weird title, Past Hereafter, Coffee Crafting Ending Times. Just a quick introduction. My name is LUIZA PELLICER. I'm the co-owner and commercial director at MIO. MIO is a technology-driven farm in Monsanto de Minas in Brazil. We're also a research institute, and we source, export, and import coffee into the UK and Europe, mainly. This is a quick photo of the farm, so you know where we come from and what we look like. I see some familiar faces, but not a lot. This is just to say that I normally come on stage to talk about the end of the world, pretty much. Climate collapse, how it's difficult to produce coffee with everything that's going on. And I give you a lot of data on how things are going to get worse, and it's normally very sad. And today I wanted to do something a little bit different. So I wanted to talk about, yeah, of course. I wanted to talk about how we can fight out of this with the knowledge we have at coffee farms and coffee producing countries, and how we can use the knowledge we have built so far to control a little bit more of what we offer, despite the fact that we are seeing so much struggle coming from the nature of coffee production. And the first thing we can do is in the wet mill. So in the wet mill, you have a bunch of post-harvest techniques that we have been doing for a long time. But you can also develop a lot of post-harvest techniques that optimize your harvest results. And that allows you to use more of your harvest as a specialty sale offering. So I'm going to bring two examples for you today. One is the soaked unripe cherries processing we do. So the intention with this is to use unripe cherries as a source of specialty coffee. Normally, unripe cherries, those are the really green cherries that you see there in the picture. This is before ripening. Those cherries are normally extremely sour and astringent, horrible to drink, so they get selected as commercial coffee and not really paid any attention to, because that coffee is not going to give you any money, really. What we do is, instead of just throwing it to the corner and selling it cheap, we soak them in water for 7 days, and we develop this method that is an enzymatic process that happens within the beans that break down the molecule and allows fermentation to happen by just giving the bacteria the sugars they need. And this way, we are able to increase that quality to a specialty quality. It's a very delicate cup, very lovely in the cup. So this is an example of knowledge you can bring from chemistry and from research into post-harvest techniques to make sure that you develop a bean that would otherwise be just thrown out. Another example of this is the overripe cherries, which is the extreme opposite. Those are cherries that dried in the trees, sometimes without even ripening, so they go from the green of this picture directly to completely dried up. And when that happens, it's really hard to extract anything from it. There is very little water retention in the beans, so there's not a lot to work in. So what we do is we soak them in a water full with yeast and full with sugar, and we pile them up really high. They look like this. It's very sad, very brown, very dry. We pile them up really high. We soak them in now this yeast and sugar, and that gives the bacteria food to start the fermentation processing within those beans. That pile goes really warm, up to 37, 38 degrees Celsius, and that also allows the fermentation process to happen. So again, you're taking a bean that wouldn't be probably wouldn't be specialty quality, would be a commercial coffee, and you are ensuring that it gets to a specialty coffee range. So those are two examples of things that you can do in the wet mill to add to your harvest, despite the fact that climate collapse might be really making you suffer. So this overripe, for example, we developed 2 years ago in a year that we had an extremely dry and hot year in Brazil during harvest. Temperatures about 11 degrees Celsius above the expected range for winter. That meant 80% of our harvest, 80, was overripe cherries. And we had to develop this to have any coffee to sell, really. So it's about having enough knowledge within your team and within your coffee production to have the tools to fight whatever climate throws at you. So in a year that everything's extremely dry and hot, and the cherries are going to become overripe really quick, you need to know what to do with the overripe cherries. In a year that you don't have enough rain and the cherries don't develop fast enough and you need to harvest them and they're greener, you need to know what to do with the green cherries as well. So it's learning how to use post-harvest and use the knowledge you have scientifically to deal with this. And whatever it is, if it's green, if it's overripe, it's having the tools for that. And then you go into the dry mill. And again, here it's about trying to get as much from your production as you can. So normally in the specialty industry, we tend to see a lot of 16 plus beans, which were those beautiful, big, perfect beans of coffee in the coffee bag. And we think, oh, this is quality, right? Like they are perfect, they look all the same, all very big and beautiful. And in truth, that's not where quality comes from. It's not from the size of the beans. This is something that has been decided for us a long time ago, and no one questioned it anymore. But as climate collapse develops, the beans are getting smaller, and the amount of coffee you lose to get to a bag of 16 plus size beans gets bigger and bigger. So for each 100% harvest you get, 40% will be 16 plus beans. The other 60% are not. So how can you make sure you sell those beans well enough? And we use pea berries to do that. So I don't know if everyone knows what pea berry is. Normally in a coffee cherry you have 2 beans inside. They look like this. So they are round on one side and flat in the other. Those are the flat beans we normally see in the bag. Sometimes nature does something naturally, which is instead of having 2 beans inside a cherry, you have 1 bean. And that bean is round and smaller. And that's a natural occurrence. It's been considered a defect for very long in the industry, but it's not a defect at all. It's just a different shaped bean. And, oops, I pressed something that's written black for some reason, and it did exactly that. Those are pea berries. They look very round and small, very cute. And we have run a research. So Daniele is, she works at the farm. She's the operations manager at the farm in Brazil. And her master degree was researching screen size related quality. And what she found is that the pea berries that are normally described as defects are actually, throughout her research, the best quality beans. So if you divide the same coffee into different ranges of sizes, this is the result that you get with an average cupper list of people. So in 3 out of 4 samples, the pea berry is the one that's scoring the best. And the 15, 16 scored the best ones. And the 17 plus, which are those beautiful beans we think means quality, they actually come 3rd in that list. So quality and bean size are not as related as we think they are. And if we start as an industry looking at bean size as a way to use more coffee to put more coffee into the industry and make sure that more people have access to coffee and good quality coffee, this is a way that we could look at it. Everyone keeps saying we don't have enough coffee to supply the world, where there are ways that we can look into this, right? And finally, this is what I wanted to get to. So I've been rushing a bit to the first part of this talk, because all of those things we have been doing in the past, right? I gave you 2 examples of post-harvest techniques that you can do in the wet mill, but there are thousands of examples going on all over the world. There are people looking into this in different angles. The same as for bean size as well. A lot of people are working with this. But there is one thing that people tend to not want to get into, which is how we sell our coffees as green coffee sellers to green coffee buyers, right? What we normally have been doing throughout, in the specialty industry, throughout the last many years, is trying to establish stability in house espresso blends and house espresso coffees through variety and post-harvest technique. So let's say you have a client that wants to buy 5 containers from you for 5 years. And the way that they learn that they should do this and have the same coffee every year coming from you is choosing 1 post-harvest technique, so let's say natural, and 1 variety of coffee, Katukai. So for 5 years, they are going to sign a contract with you saying you're going to deliver to them 5 containers of a Katukai natural coffee, scoring 84 points. That used to mean that every year they were going to get the same quality of coffee, the same flavor profile of that coffee, because there is stability in variety and there is stability in post-harvest technique coming from the same farm or from the same region. The problem is climate change happened, and in the last 5 years, every year we have something different happening. So in Brazil, for example, in 2021, we have a huge frost that affected quality immensely. Then the year after, we had floods all over the country that affected quality a lot. Then we had the year of the extreme heat and very dry, and then all the coffee went overripe. Long story short, we don't have any stability in nature anymore. So your Katukai variety is not going to give you the same coffee every year. Even if you every year do a natural process with your Katukai coffee, the result is going to be different. And there might be a year that you actually can't do a natural process with that coffee because you got an overripe harvest. And if you just dry it as natural, you won't get to an 84-point coffee, which is what you have on your contract. So how, as a green coffee supplier, do you offer stability nowadays? Because you can't trust nature for that anymore. The style of selling we have been doing, it doesn't really work long term. So what can you do, right? Like the post-harvest that I mentioned doesn't work. And we have been trying to find a solution through knowledge again. What do we control as coffee professionals? What is our coffee craft as coffee producers and exporters? And what we know how to do is control flavor profile. And at the end of the day, what our client needs is a stable flavor profile in the cup. They want to be able to serve the espresso, their house espresso, year in and year out, without their consumers noticing that there is a changing harvest year. And the way we can do it as a green supplier, the way we can offer stability is using our knowledge more than what nature offers us. So we are creating this thing that we're calling farofa. Farofa it's a dish in Brazil. It's not really a dish. It's an ingredient in Brazil that you put in everything. So you can add farofa to a very spicy dish to make it a bit less spicy. You can add farofa to a dish that's kind of like, and you do a really nice farofa and you add to it and it becomes a better dish. You can use sweet farofa in a sweet dish to make it more crunchy. So it's an ingredient that you can use in anything and make it more to your taste. And the idea here is blending, right? We have ingredients in coffee. We produce thousands of coffee batches in a farm every year. Each one of those are ingredients we can use. Each one of those will taste different. So you have a batch that's going to come out of the fields that's going to taste more nutty. You have one that's going to taste more fruity, and so on. And those can be ingredients to a blend that we control the result of. We are also calling it farofa because it's our favorite dog at the farm. She's named Farofa, and so it makes sense. So here's the idea. Coffee comes into the warehouse. It can come from our farm or from our neighborhood farms. We work with other farms in our community. It's going to go into a quality control system. So any coffee scoring above 86, it's going to go into a micro lot, nano lot, or a bespoke lot. So those coffees, like the super specialty coffees, they're not going to go into that same system. But any coffee that scores below 85, they are going to go into this modular blending systems. Our cuppers are going to try that coffee and go, okay, so we have here a coffee coming from the field that is scoring 83, and it tastes of, it's nutty, and it has a full body, and this coffee, we think, should go into the modular blend of nutty. And then another coffee comes in, it scores 81, but it's mostly a chocolate profile, so it's going to go into the chocolate module. This coffee comes in, and it's kind of like, tastes a bit like strawberry, red fruit profile. So we're going to send out of this coffees coming in into each of this, let's call it modular piles of coffee, right? And then we're going to talk to our clients and be like, okay, so you want to offer your house espresso as a milk beverage mostly in the morning. But you want your specialty coffee shop or a specialty coffee roaster that wants clients that want a little bit of an edge, and so you want a little bit of a red berry in your cup. So we're going to create for you this coffee. We're going to blend for you a coffee that has mainly red fruits with a coffee that has mainly chocolate notes. And if you want a coffee that's mostly chocolate but has a little bit of red fruit, then 75% of your blend is going to be composed of the module of chocolate, and 25% of your blend is going to be composed of the red berries. And that's going to go really well with milk. Okay, Sato. Okay, I want 7 years of that. We can produce that. It doesn't matter if we have a year that is too dry and we have only overripes. It doesn't matter if we have a year that we have less water, so we decide not to do honeys because we can't steep pulp. Anything is fine, because what matters is we are going to always have coffees with those profiles. So we can always blend them to the amounts and the style that you want. We don't rely on it being a natural that will taste like that. It can be a honey that tastes like red berries, and a natural that tastes like chocolate. One of them is a Mundo Novo variety. One of them is a Yellow Catuca CABRA variety. It's fine. We can blend them into what we promise to deliver to you, and your clients will not know the difference. And that doesn't mean you won't have traceability, because you will know exactly what variety it is, what process it was, what farm it came from, what plot it came from, who harvested those beans. Every traceability that we offer, we're still going to offer it. The only thing is that we are catering it for you. And that's true for many other styles of beans. So if you want something that is more traditional, we can do a dried fruit with creamy, sweet, and nutty profile. We can do a chocolate nutty for a more basic profile if that's what you're looking for. We can have something super different and tropical and sugar sweet if you're looking for something for your filter. There are many, many different options that we have, and we can have it every year tasting the same. Doesn't matter what climate will throw at us. So basically, what I want to say today is that quality cannot be just about trusting in nature. It cannot be determined solely by the climate conditions you're at, the altitude you're at, the genetics, the terroir, the post-harvest processes and similar factors, which is what we have been doing so far. It is a very complex interplay of numerous elements. And although with post-harvest methods and the analyzing of screen sizes and all of that, you can control a lot of it. There is still some of these high-quality coffees that need a more cost-efficient manner. So we need to be considering supply, price, and quality ratio. And this is the main point. Blending strategies play a crucial role in establishing long-term relationships and ensuring product stability. So we need to stop considering blends a bad thing and start looking at it as a way forward in the industry for more control and more stability in our products. And as well, climate collapse is shaping many aspects of how we produce, buy, and sell coffee. But we could influence more of the outcomes by applying our knowledge and craft to the parts we can control. So we cannot control the rain patterns, we cannot control how hot it's going to be, how dry it's going to be, but we can control the knowledge we have on how to deal with these circumstances. That's it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm here. I don't have a microphone to pass around, so I don't know if I'll be able to hear you from there. But you can come to me and talk to me. I'm here for it. And yes, thank you for hearing me. Cheers.
Next up on the industry stage, Julia LEACH from TODDY.
Should I get started? Okay. Hello. So, what do Coca-Cola, Red Bull, and cold brew all have in common? They're all sold in convenience stores. They're all considered caffeine sources or quick pick-me-ups. They're all consumed cold all year round, in the summer, in the winter, all year round. And in many parts of the world, these types of beverages have become the preferred choice of caffeine delivery for Generation Z or Zoomers over traditional coffee and tea. So let me say that again. These drinks have become the preferred caffeine delivery mechanisms for so many of our younger generation. So think of it like 13 through 20-year-olds. So I'm Julia. I'm from Colorado in the United States. My first job in coffee was a barista when I was 17 years old. My drink of choice back then was an iced hazelnut latte. I thought I was very sophisticated. And I really fell in love with coffee and the people behind it, and have really developed that love of the stories behind coffee ever since. So I discovered cold brew in 2003 when I was first offered a position with TODDY. Cold brew was the first time I enjoyed coffee black, without cream or sugar. I always liked the way coffee smelled, but the taste was too harsh and too bitter. And when I tried cold brew, that was the first time that coffee really tasted the way it smelled, and I was hooked. So I've been a part of the specialty coffee scene since 2010, and a pivotal moment for me was when I first experienced specialty cold brew. This was a couple of years later. I had the opportunity to try cold brew at a coffee farm, cupped side by side with its hot brewed counterpart. And I was just blown away by how the flavors really translated in the cold brew cup. And they were so much more approachable, so much easier to pick out. I love the hot brew cup, but the cold brew cup of something that was specialty, that was really brewed intentionally as a cold brew, I fell in love, and it really changed how I approached running TODDY, running the business, and our focus for education was really born at that time. So this is Jackson, my very own Zoomer. So granted, he grew up in a coffee family. He admitted that he started sneaking cold brew from the refrigerator when he was 7 years old. So he's been consuming coffee, cold brew, from a very young age. And, like other Zoomers, he loves Red Bull. We were visiting Tokyo this summer, and he loved all of the convenience store, or the vending machines. And he embodies so many of the things that they say about this generation. He's very pragmatic, but he craves authenticity. And as his mother, that means he calls me out on things all of the time. I I can't make things up. He wants to know why. He wants to understand. But he really loves connecting with people and will take the time to do so. This is a terrible photo, but I love it, and I'll explain why. Just over 2 years ago, we were in Taiwan, and this was his first experience at a cupping table. So again, he's been drinking cold brew since he's 7 years old, but this was the first time that he participated in a cupping, and it was at this moment right here. You can almost see it. That's where he fell in love with specialty coffee. That's the moment where he was with other coffee professionals around the table. We were at a farm, and he had the experience to taste all of these different amazing coffees. And for him, coffee, he made the leap from cold brew to specialty. Not even as a cold brew cup, but because he had had the opportunity to understand coffee through the lens of cold brew, when he had the opportunity to expand it into the greater world, the broader world of specialty coffee, he really felt connected. Nowadays, his drink of choice is usually an Americano made with a really nice high-quality espresso or a Red Bull. So let's go back to this first slide. Coca-Cola, Red Bull, and cold brew. While all of these beverages are great caffeine delivery mechanisms, cold brew stands alone in that it's the only one that really presents an opportunity for the specialty coffee industry to reach this audience. You see more and more consumers, yes, this Generation Z, but more and more consumers of all ages are switching from their sugar-laden or their chemical-laden energy drinks to cold brew as a way to get their quick pick-me-up. And while convenience store and quick service restaurants usually provide more of a commodity grade coffee in their cold brew can be made and should be made exceptionally well with specialty. So even though you may not be intentionally targeting Red Bull consumers in your specialty coffee business, I want you to consider the opportunities that there are to reach this audience. Whether you're a barista, a cafe owner, a roaster, this message, I hope, can reach you. So in fact, these younger consumers aren't just looking for quick caffeine. They're looking for experiences that are meaningful. They're looking for a place to connect with their friends. And they're looking for little treats to look forward to. So let's turn our focus to specialty coffee. I talk to so many people in the industry that say some of these things to me when we're discussing cold brew. So they say, we have cold brew on our menu, but it's really just to tick the box. We don't really put much thought into it. You know, Julia, it's just not worth the effort to brew fresh cold brew. We just buy it in bottles. People aren't very interested in cold coffee in this part of the world, so we only offer cold brew when it gets really hot. Our focus is specialty coffee, not cold brew. So I want to offer a new concept. Cold brew as the gateway to connect the Generation Z to the world of specialty coffee. One of the things that people really love about cold brew is its flavor profile. And I'll link you to some research a little bit later on in the discussion. But cold brew's flavors are easier to approach for many non-professional coffee drinkers. For example, the flavor profiles tend to be a little bit sweeter, a little bit less bitter, and the flavors of specialty coffee, therefore, are a little bit easier to pick out for untrained tasters. So I like to share the story of what we call the blueberry bomb. Several years ago at TODDY, every once in a while we would do a local farmers market. We wanted a way to connect with our local community. TODDY's very much a global brand, but our local community meant a lot to us. And we had access to this really cool natural process Ethiopian yerga cafe. And we would brew it as a cold brew and take it to these farmers markets and just serve it to the guests at the market. And people would say, oh, I want some sugar, I want some cream. They doctor it up and say, well, just wait. We'll give you this cup for free, but we'd like you to try it first. Try it before you add anything to it and see how it tastes. And people would do it, and they'd say, well, what kind of flavored coffee is this? And we'd say, no, it's not a flavored coffee. They're like, no, but it tastes like you had added blueberries to it. And that created an opportunity for us to explain how a coffee could actually taste like blueberries without adding flavoring to it. Many times, and more often than not, the guests walked away without adding cream or sugar to it because they really enjoyed the flavors of the cup without the added flavorings and sweeteners. And that's what we called the blueberry bomb, because not only was this coffee a very high quality specialty coffee, but as a cold brew, it was able to tell the story of the farm, the processing method, and the roast in a way that these consumers who weren't specialty coffee consumers, they were able to relate to, and it drew them in. So I've asked some of my coffee science friends, okay, why could cold brew taste sweeter when it's extracted with the same water as traditional hot brew? So the difference with cold brew is that you're extracting with cool or ambient temperature water and time. So with traditional brewing methods, you're using steaming hot water over your coffee grounds for a short period of time to extract the flavors in the cup. But with cold brew, you're replacing that heat with time. So you're dripping or steeping cooler ambient temperature water in order to extract the flavors and the compounds out of the coffee. So I asked my friend, so why would cold brew be sweeter? And what he explained to me was essentially bitterness it really can overpower almost anything else on the palate. So think of it as a friend. We all have those friends that anytime they walk in the room, they really just command the attention of everyone that's there. Everyone maybe stops their conversation, or their focus shifts on that one friend who is so vibrant that they kind of steal the room. So think of bitterness as that friend. If bitterness never shows up to the room, all of the other flavors are able to shine a little bit more and be a little bit more noticeable. So the sweetness, the blueberry, the chocolate, they're all there the whole time. But with cold brew, you're not extracting so many of the compounds that we perceive as bitterness on the palate, and so the other flavors can shine a little bit more. So in preparation for this session, and I have to admit, anytime I have an excuse to ask for really amazing coffee from our partners, I'll do it. So Solberg and Hansen, I asked them to send me some coffees that they had available on their website. I wanted to try them side by side as a hot brew and as a cold brew so that I could really speak from experience about some of the coffees that are available here in these markets. I'm from the US, and yes, we get amazing coffees, but they're a little bit different than what you can get here. So I was able to taste 6 different coffees, and I'll tell you about 2 of them. So if you read the notes on the right-hand side, those are the cupping notes from the bag. So thankfully, these were sent to me, and the notes are in Norwegian, and so I didn't cheat. I didn't read the hot brew notes, or even really the information about the origin or the processing method until after I had performed my cold brew cupping. So I cupped all of these coffees cold. I just brewed them up in my home with, TODDY has some small brewers. And I did the cold brew tasting, and then I compared them to the hot brew tasting notes. And then I did, for a couple of the coffees, I actually did a hot brew with the same water that I used for the cold brew so that I could compare a little bit more apples to apples. So one thing I need to admit about myself is, as I'm a coffee professional, but tasting has always been really challenging for me. And in fact, I was chatting with my friend yesterday about, what are your tips and tricks for how to do a coffee tasting? And I said, well, I first have to, make sure I've had a good night's sleep, and I have to have, just a little bit of coffee so I'm not craving the caffeine. And then I've, had to have a meal and some water, and then I'm ready to taste it. But it really helps if I let the cupping table cool a little bit, and that allows my brain to process a little bit more. So that's a traditional cupping table. The cold brew cupping table kind of feels like cheating, because at least for me and so many other people on my team, it's just a lot easier to pick out the flavors than it is with a traditional cupping. So this one is a coffee from Honduras, and they're actually at Solberg and Hansen's stand. They're serving this one today. The cold brew notes, it was just so sweet. It was bright and juicy and sweet on the palate, sweet on the aroma. I got citrus, I got cherry, and a little bit of cola. And so then I compared it to the hot brew notes. So, they called it sweet and elegant. And when I tasted it hot, it was similar. The elegant was nothing was like screaming, overpowering, but it was nice, sweet, and chocolatey, and red berries, a little bit of citrus. The difference between the two was quite remarkable. You could tell that they were related, but you would not have expected, by tasting the hot brew or reading the cupping notes, you would have had no idea what it would taste like as a cold brew. And then this one, similarly, when I tasted it, it just screamed lemon. It was almost as if lemon had been squeezed into the cup. But it was also creamy and custardy, and I had a very strong marzipan experience. It was such a good cup and really fun and unexpected, and it tasted like this. To me, it tasted like this. It tasted like a lemon pastry. Now, again, I had it in my home. I had it in my hotel room. I also had it at the Solberg and Hansen stand. Just wanted to make sure I really understood this cup. And it's a really, it's a geisha. It's amazing. It's lovely. It did not taste like a lemon pastry, however, as a hot cup. And I'd invite you to go to their stand and try it. I did bring both of these as a cold brew if you'd like to experience what I'm talking about. It's so much easier for me to talk when people have the opportunity to taste. So when we're done here, if you grab a cup, I'll pour some samples for you. So anyway, back to the lemon pastry. And back to our Zoomers, or back to our non-specialty drinkers. People who have never experienced specialty coffee will want to know why this cold brew tastes like a lemon pastry. If they've never had coffee that tasted like anything other than coffee, they will want to understand how this coffee, how this cup can taste so sweet and so velvety and so vibrant. And that's the opportunity that you have to reach these consumers. I think that if you assume that the people who drink all iced beverages all year round are not your consumers, someone else will. If you assume that cold brew drinkers aren't ever going to take specialty coffee seriously, someone else will. And I think I would love for you to consider the opportunity that you have, especially as we look towards the next 5 to 10 years and we invite the next generation of consumers into our shops. I'd love for you to find new ways to connect with them that doesn't require you to compromise on what's important to you as a coffee professional. I love this slide. I use it in all my presentations. So cold brew should not be an afterthought. If you don't like cold brew, maybe it's because you've never experienced a quality cup. Let's change that. Cold brew has an important place in specialty coffee. And this is not my lecture where I talk about profitability metrics, but I think it's important to know that cold brew can be incredibly profitable for any coffee business. The cost of equipment is incredibly low. The cost of labor is incredibly low because you can make one large batch that can last all day or all week. And especially if you're using premium coffee, consumers are expecting to pay premium prices. If you put together a thoughtful cold brew program, it may, and it certainly will, ignite the curiosity towards specialty coffee in general. And like my son Jackson, he only drinks cold brew if I make it for him. He knows how to make espresso very easily, and he doesn't have to remember to do it. He loves Red Bull, he loves novelty sodas, he loves cold brew, but he really loves specialty coffee. He loves his friends in the coffee industry, and he really loves the authenticity that he can experience anytime that he drinks a specialty cup. I invite you to meet these consumers where they are now. The intention that you put into connecting with this audience will pay off in the years to come. Here's just some recipe ideas from our website for inspiration. Most of what I'm talking about today is fresh cold brew that you can make easily with any specialty coffee. And you can also make all sorts of other specialty beverages, cocktails, food items. So we always have recipes up there, including some that we get from Barista League winners. I didn't really get a chance to talk much about the cold brew science, but the Coffee Science Foundation did a multi-year study about cold brew. What is cold brew? What's the science behind it? How are the flavors different than those in the hot brew cup? And if you're a science nerd like I am, there's a lot of great information. There's the technical journal articles, but there are also the 25 magazine articles that really put it in everyday terms. And then my team at TODDY loves to talk about cold brew. Admittedly, we learn more from you than I believe we're able to teach, but we'd love to hear your stories. We'd love to answer your questions. One of our education team members is based in Germany, and so you don't have to worry about time zones. We're often at events around the world, and we'd love to connect. Anyway, so if you're interested in trying, grab a cup. I'll serve some, and if anyone has questions, let me know. Yes? He asked if I had changed my approach on sourcing and roasting for cold brew. I think some companies do. I think for us, and anyone who knows me, every coffee I taste anywhere in the show, I especially if I love it as a hot brew, I'm just dying to know what it's going to taste like as a cold brew. I think almost every coffee works incredibly well as a cold brew. And that's one thing that people don't necessarily expect. Cold brew isn't necessarily a specific type of roasting method, a specific type of origin. I have not ever had a varietal that didn't work as a cold brew. I've had coffees from all over the world. I brew them all as cold brew. You know, I think there's definitely consumer preference, but I think that when developing a cold brew program, it's important to know, even first and foremost, how the coffees you already have will perform as a cold brew. You know, like we were saying with the coffee notes, so many of the coffee bags or coffees that's even purchased from importers will have the traditional cupping notes from the cupping table, but that doesn't tell you what it's going to taste like as a cold brew or how it will perform as a cold brew. So I recommend that importers and exporters cup the coffees that they have as a cold brew to provide some of that information. I think you don't see it very often, but the roasters who provide cold brew cupping notes, I think, are providing an incredible service to their customers. And then when it comes to, for cafes, for example, developing coffees for a cold brew program, a lot of it is just, finding those hidden gems. Of all of the coffees that I tried from Solberg and Hansen, this one was my favorite. The Limo, because it was such a great example of how amazing cold brew can be. That said, they were all great. There was one that tasted like peanut butter. And I didn't expect that, and I tried it again, just thinking, maybe there was something left over on my palate, and it tasted like peanut butter. And so it's the sort of thing you'd never know unless you had tried it. Yes. Lemon. Yes. And taste is subjective, so if you don't agree with me, that's okay too. I'd love to know what you taste. Yeah, Sarah just pointed out a really great observation. If you like a coffee, if you like a coffee's hot brew flavor profile, there's a good chance you'll like it as a cold brew. There are definitely coffees that taste incredibly different, but for the most part, they taste similar, just different. It's almost like siblings that. Every once in a while there's siblings that don't look anything alike, but for the most part you can say like, oh, okay, I can see the resemblance, and and then there's siblings that look exactly the same and you have a hard time telling them apart, and that can be the case with cold brew too. Any other questions? And if anyone wants to taste the other Honduras, I have that as well. I'm a little caffeined out, but you what? Yeah. Ooh, sorry. You're welcome. I don't want to spill on the screen. You're welcome. Could you tell the difference? Thank you. All right, thank you so much.